y'all. This is Ishnai Ciarfox, so welcome to my stream. I'm gonna go ahead and make the joke that yes, I'm getting Pandæmonium done before I get Omega done. Hardy har har. Also, I ended up accidentally today, even though I had decided I was gonna do it anyways. We were gonna do it anyways. Is I accidentally got the first of the Pandora raids done. By accident when I was doing random, trying to get my Dark Knight up to 99. So I ran that one, but we will run it again just to make it fair. I'm thinking of running as my dancer during this entire thing, so but while we're waiting for that to come around. Nope. I'll go ahead and set that up. But I also have some, welcome home, hon! Excuse me, tribe quests to do. So I'm going to trying to think, woman. Okay, one of them is over here in Danavar. And the other one is actually the fish people from the ARR content. So blum 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 blum. Trent's shoulders are thrown back and her stance is braced. Her normal jovial gaze seems steeled for trouble. Ishnai, I'm glad to see you. I haven't made such headway in our Gara problem, but let me tell you about the rest of it. Like I said, no tearful reconciliation or nothing, but having folks in the Mehane giving us peace of mind. Between our little outfit and the Kakana's contacts, we got every sort of adventure you could ever need. I'll go stop by when she can, too. She's gotten mighty good at riding. I think she's got the instincts of a racer. Once Olgo finds her groove, she's unstoppable. If that's a reference to Emperor's New Groove, cool. There's no doubt she'll be setting a great example for our recruits. So even the Radiant Host has been asking us for guards and lookouts to patrol the roads. Works out in our favor, seeing as we'll be the first one to know if Alka ever decides to... Boss! Right on cue. I know, right? Got word a whole mob of Gaja is closing in on us. I don't think it's because they got wind of us stealing in lasses or nothing, neither. They'll be here any moment, boss. What do we do? Guys, go and find Ugal at Pakistan and have a report here. Then I want you to make the rounds and tell folks in the area to be on alert. I've got a hunch Alka's only after us, but just be safe. Mar, I want you to keep your maintenance on the cart. Up your maintenance on the carts. No need to panic, but should it run awry, excuse me, Ari. Alright, I want everyone ready to leave, understand? I'm going to relay the situation to our friend at the Mehine. As for you, Ishnai, I'd like you to go graciously welcome our Gaja Sora guests. Any fights picked with you, you got permission to finish, but I don't want no blood on your hands. Don't mean to make things complicated, but that's just how it's gotta be. I mean, I've already got enough blood on my hands, okay? Cool. I'll owe you one. Report back when you've got a handle on things. Yeah? Alright. Suspicious disturbance. Stare and not hit. Tiny. By the way, I will have enough for the next time when we stream to choose between Dancer and the others for role quests finished. So I'll have one for each so that we can do the overarching one. Take him out. You're so tiny. Also, please put on some clothes. Gasa apprised me of the situation. I came as quick as I could. I'm glad I made it in time, but I think the whole horde of bloodthirsty guys may not be far behind. Shudder. Bahaha! You're home! Conquest for Welcome back. As you can see, we're in a bit of a deadlock with our favorite hippo enthusiast here. Wrong accent. This is hardly the time for glib, Trina, but rest assured, I am prepared to do all that's necessary in self-defense, even if this should be a swift and decisive offense. Hold on a moment. I'm angry, Ogle. Ogle? When I think about what Aka's stolen and who he's hurt, I start boiling like an afternoon soup, but skewering him ain't gonna solve the bigger issue. I say we talk first, see if they ain't so different after all. You are too weak for Alcala. Leave, hippos, go. You want us to leave, Savannah? Sir, Nana? That ain't an option, and you know that. But if you've got such a hankering for our hippo carts, there is another way. You could always join us. Me and my associates, me and my people, we built this place to welcome us. whereas where nowhere else would. So there weren't no, so there ain't no version of this where we simply up and leave because you demand it. But you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? You know that what it's like to have no place to welcome you, to need to take care of your people no matter what. That's why I don't want to fight you. Your people, no place for home, but you protect people. You same as Alcala? But Alcala hit your people. Tell truth. You forgive no Alcala. Like I said, I'm angry. No one messes with my family gets away with it. That's why I want to settle things with you, leader to leader, fair and square. Alka hit stronger than weak you. Alka wouldn't. Sure, keen on violence, ain't ya? When I say settle things, I'm not talking about a fight. I'm talking about a race. On hippocarts. If I lose, I swear on my honor as a racer, I'll agree to your terms. But if I win, you repent for what you've done and you join us. Peaceably. Deal? You fool. Alco win race. Take hippos. Take wagons. You could try. We'll start the race from the harbor town right there and ride high road all the way past the quarry further on. Agree. Alco wait in town, but Alco wait not long. Tried to read that loud. Well, he was more reasonable than I expected, but at least he decided to perpetrate... At least he decided to perpetrate any knavery. I shall keep a sharp eye on him. Why am I unable to read things today? I don't know. Do you know what, Boko? I ain't gonna go back on what I said, but I really shouldn't have called Alka out like that. Not because I think I'll lose, not on your life, but we had to crawl our way up from being nothing but reckless misfits. And now we're made of something ourselves. I'm gonna ride the high road and blow whatever respect we earned to the wind. What's done is done, I guess. Now, I guess we gotta focus on keeping things fair. Don't want Alka working traverse around us, not when everyone's future's at stake. Damn it all, how do we make this work? What if the race was a sanctioned event? That's genius, Ishnai. An official hippo race between Ark and Jazasaur. It will well be legendary. And if we do that, not only will we stay legitimate, but we host an event that everyone can enjoy. Like a festival. I know I said our racing days are over, but this is going to be one for the Chronicles, Ishnai. I hope I'll show a race you'll never forget. Alright, I'll have a smooth things over with the Radiant host while my associates spread word about an upcoming scurry. Please come and meet me in the Edenheim. Can't keep Alcala waiting for too long. I'm worried. We're at 12 minutes and I'm waiting for it, and it might be quicker if I just switch over to my healer. Less than 5 minutes, of course. But I also don't want to be talky-talky while it's doing that. Leave supervising the alcohol to me. Rest assured, I'll not be feigning anytime soon. Mind over matter, as Grandma says. Mind over matter. Logan said the Radiant host was a little perplexed, but they gave us their blessings nonetheless. Better to settle our differences peacefully, in their words. My associates are out gathering the locals, so let's talk terms with Alcala while we can. While we can. It says 6 minutes. You're not ready? Alka ready? Alka no patience. Keep your armor on. We've got to wait for our audience to show up. Don't want to start without our kinsfolks cheering us on now, do we? Kins, race, battle. No show off. No kins. Come on, Alka. Our kins are gonna make sure that both sides play fair. Besides, if you win, you'll officially be your kins, right? Fine. Alka, accept kins. Speaking of which, I got a proposition for you. Seeing as this race is gonna be determine the future of both our peoples, I'd like to declare it a cooperative effort. Only the two of us will be riding the track, of course, but my team's gonna be backing me up from the sidelines. You're welcome to do the same if you'd like. Battle, Alka win alone. Alka is strong. Is that so? Alright then. Ishnai, let's talk. Good that I am here. Where's Kins? Alka ready to win. Ready to win. Win! I think it goes without saying this race ain't about the hippo riders. The whole island and its people are on it. Counted on us to win. So here's my plan. I'm gonna give you a pearl link. Like the ones me and my associates use. That way we can be in contact during the race. I'll have Maru and Gasa stand at key points along the track so that they can give you updates on our progress. I want to use that information to advise me during the race. Sound okay? Not to lay pressure on anything. I'll take full responsibility for how I ride, but just in case I lose my head, I want you to keep me focused. I think I already lost my head somewhere, but I'll do my best. I have to say that. Thanks, pal. I'm counting on you. And there's nothing about that accent. That's all that's getting left is getting Soria ready to run, and there ain't nothing stopping us. She likes those bright colors. Where do you reckon the chances are of a rainbow conveniently popping out of nowhere, eh? If only. I made it, boss. Mara, what are you doing here? Sweating like ogle in that Gaja hat. What happened? What's the matter? Nothing, boss. I brought you something for your race. Saru goes wild for bright colors, right? So I used some of our leftover gulal to make a rainbow. Just throw this and she'll perk right up for sure. If this is a sign from the divinities, I don't know what is. Maru! You Hamshad? You really came through. We're gonna win thanks to you. I'll save this one for the right moment. Can't hit the ground running too hard, after all. Keep in mind that when you're coaching me, patience is important for the race like this long. Anyhow, go on to the goalpost over by Giant Skull's ground. I'll see you when I bring home victory. Maru, I want you watching the high road through the great work. I'll follow you in on the details by Pearl Link. Where's Kinsey? I should not be intimidated. I have cast all fear from my body now. This is the time for certain. Okay, cool. Cool story. All the way up there. I'll slowly ride my way up there. Right. Da, da. No, I never really looked at this place. It's kind of pretty. Excuse me, they have regular people. A cat person. Guess an elf? Surprised they don't have a... Our, dragging person. Reshkar. I hope Torana wins the race. From what teacher says, the Garshara end up taking over Thanaval. We're all in trouble. I guess. It's gonna take this time. I might literally go over here and do a few quests. While waiting. So level this quest. It's level 80. Okay. The young Ark stares off into the jungle with a worried in his eye. Excuse me, but you're a traveler, yes? Would you be willing to take on a personal request? I'm worried for the safety of a friend of mine and would ask you check on them. Thank you. I know you have no shortage of demands for your time, my friend. You see, he's a bit of a private person. I only wish to know how he was faring after the recent troubles. However, the journey to his abode is much too dangerous for me to attempt alone, and I wouldn't ask another villager to go in my stead. A traveler with a sharp blade, however, surely get the test done with little effort. He resides in the jungle to the northwest, at least he used to. I'll mark the location on your map. His name is Sushiana. If you say his name, he should respond. If my worst fears have come to pass, and he's wounded, please use this medicine to treat his wounds. He'll be rewarded for your efforts, but I suspect you would have helped me even if I had nothing to give in return. Your fan sounds of animal in pain emerging from the direction of the bluffs. Investigate its source. Aww. The deity appears to be wounded. Perhaps medicine will provide. Healing salve. Although you cannot understand the deity's words, you sense the gratitude behind them. Return to the young Ark and inform him his friend as well. I mean, it could be better, but... Good that he came out even though, he wouldn't have known my voice. At all. Okay, traveler, so how was he? Oh, that's horrible. Still, I suppose I can be grateful that you could treat his wounds. I owe Sus in my life. When I was attacked by one of those terrible Pixka, Susina's roar drove off the monster. It was the start of our friendship, one that I've treasured ever since. My family's forbidden me from entering the woods still. You should explain everything to them. Surely, bravery, selfish... Thanks, thank you. Alright. Oh. Yay. Maybe I should have gone as a different healer. Uh... Okay, where are we flailing? We are flailing on that side. Where are we flailing? uh... By the way, this apparently is one of the... keepers? Fire. Should we see Aether training it? Oh. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay. Maybe I should have tried to get some of that stuff. Oh well. I wasn't particularly thinking. Alright, switching over to finish this one. And then we'll go back to where we need to go. Oh, that's pretty. Teacher, we're all ready over here. It seems the preparations at the goal posts are complete. Racers, are you ready? Citizens of Thanavar, I welcome you to the first Hanash Hippo Hustle, representing the is our very own Hippo riders, Tarina, representing the Garsharara, the mighty Alcala. Racers, take your mark. Serious faces serious. Get set. Go. Alka win! Run, run! Conquest for Alcala! Alcala. That bastard pushing our precious hippo that hard. I'm so mad. I'm sweating blood. The boss is eating dust, but the road's not looking too good up ahead. What's your call? Save your strength. The road's looking rocky. Right, we'll hold fast. Passing near what looks like it might be reaching its limit. No surprising how hard he was pushing it. Chances are good. Alka's not taking much more of a lead, but it's your call. Hold steady till the final spurt. We'll bide our time for a grand finish. You! Fast! More fast! Run, 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 run! I don't know if I'm correctly telling them what to do. Don't know why you're trusting me on this. Or to give the final piece of advice for... Unleash the rainbow. Haha, I've been waiting for this! Get ready to see lightning! I don't know why I didn't do that accent correctly. Sorry, go! Good that they have photographic the proof. Who won? Who was it? Alka won? By Hippo's nose, the victor is the Hyenash Hippo Hustle is Trina! Okay. Alcala will lose. Why? You trick Alcala? No, we didn't trick you. We just know our hippos, that's all. What they like, how much they can take. Hippos are living, breathing creatures, same as us. Having to run that hard for that long, all while pulling a heavy bloke like you? No mystery why your hippo was melting in its grease. And melted its grease. Hippo slow because grease melted? Because grease melt? Alka understand. And I did... wrong accent. And I did say your people could support you during the race, but you insisted on riding alone. They're your battle brothers, ain't they? I bet they would have loved to help. I might be in charge, but if I've got to rely on others to protect my people, I'm not hesitating. You can only do so much by yourself. By yourself. Of course, trusting folks enough to do that isn't exactly natural for me neither. Me and my people, we used to be nothing but a bunch of misfits. We didn't really belong nowhere, and no one really wanted us around in the first place. People like us ain't got a lot of options. You either scrape by on the outskirts so you ain't a bother, or leave for someplace new and hope you can prove yourself somehow. But it ain't gotta be like that. You can still be you and build trust and contribute something positive, however small. Misfit or no, at some point you realize that none of us are really so different. So I believe in alfalfa at this rate. I think if no good racers like us can turn things around, your people can too. You ain't got conquering nothing to protect your. You ain't got to conquer nothing to protect your people, your brothers now. A deal's a deal, right? Join us. Become a hippo rider and see where the cart takes you. Alka, your words understand. Alka, you know different, but Alka, Gaja, Sora, this bad. Our tribes may have had their differences, but as for you and me, that's just for race and rivalry now. And everyone watching saw how hard you're trying for your people. Might take some time, but I think you'll find a place here. So what do you say? Come back with us to Alcala accepts. And me continuing the slaughter names part 1000. Oh, thank you for telling you. Pull you back here. I'm gonna lose race sad, but for Battle Brothers, new home. Alka will protect brothers, so Alka glad, much glad. Thanks for the stellar advice. I couldn't have done it without you. There ain't no way I was losing, but I'm glad I didn't end up with Alcala's people being chased off the island. Got a little tense where a bunch of Galar came walking in bold as brass, but I explained the situation, everyone's being good-hearted about it. Like I said, none of us are so different. But enough about that. People love the race. When was the last time I rode like that? Wind against my face, crowds cheering me on. Heh, now that I think about it, might have been a first. Next time the hippo hustle rolls around, we should start it from Savannah. Or finish it, or both. I think the traffic would get at the behind. Who knew thinking up new ways to excite other folks would be so, well, exciting? This and all this thanks to you, Ishnai. I can't thank you enough. Alright, let's get to it. Our brand new race and gate ain't gonna build itself after all. Nice. Commemoration of the historic race. The piece thereby achieved. The gate has been erected in Savannah. Hippo Rider's reputation is soared to legendary heights. Backed by their diligence and hard-earned skills, Trina and her associates will continue to spread joy throughout all of Thanavar. Yeah, da, da. Society. Sworn. Receive experience bonus. Section of wares. Ride or die. Hmm. That's all. Okay. All right. Actually, I think I'll do this all as a white mage. Have a lot more oh shit spells as a white mage. No. We are going to ellipse. Right? I am fucking nowhere near. At least I can fly there now. Now, while we're waiting, we'll probably run around and grab some of these quests. I didn't mean to hit that the third time. Damn it! I have suspicions about this guy. Because the voice sounded... Themis sounded like Elidibus. I remember that very much when they did the kind of, teaser for it at the end of... Endwalker, and I went back and watched it. And yeah. That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your aether fought even more splendidly than anticipated. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. I mean, are we gonna get him a bed? Is my sound working well? Yep. Ishnai, he stirs. Yeah, good. Me as a healer doing anything to help. What came over me? Eric Thos. It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation, anger. I leapt at you, though I knew naught of your intentions. Pray, accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I might have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I am Eric Kithioso. Eric! A warder of, the Pandæmonium's highest level in the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandæmonium? The Cracians interred within Asafodelos have been set free and stalk the halls to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandæmonium is under the charge of a key ward who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to the Master Laha Breha is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury. Then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by the magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. Yeah, beatings until the behavior improves. You know how it works. That you come here from the surface means the word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Horror among horrors, so Pandæmonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. But the self-same individual or individuals that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what transpired here, what measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider the place a lost cause. Pandæmonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought, were the creatures to escape to the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The word of Lollybread would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. As the more reason I work with haste, if we can't expect further help, it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone? I wouldn't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. And so I must do the same. Themis? I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Eric, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You will only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That's why you have to rely on me! That being said, our investigation has only just begun. We would be remiss to turn back ere we made an exhaustive survey, so for the time being, there's slightly more than resolve to rely upon. Also, going back, they've updated a lot of the textures in Shadowbringers by the looks of it, too. I knew you'd be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than last. More and more, you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way towards encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. I mean, I am familiar of Azum. So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandæmonium have yet hold, so for the moment, time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Ishnai have set us upon. Themis and Ishnai? Yes, thank you. The warders owe you a great deal already. Or debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandæmonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a party of 2. Now let us turn our attention to rescuing our colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, in case any had followed you out. Just don't really think about it. It seems our investigation will be quite the ordeal after all. Still, I find it hard to believe that Lollybread knows not of what has transpired here. Whoever the mastermind of this crisis is, they're not lacking in power and cunning. Peeping to the depths. Not a sound can be heard within, which means neither creature nor ward has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Naturally. Though they may seem dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't say our labor, our untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say Lollybread would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had the cause to report this incident to him. Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Ah, so you've met him before. I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandæmonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility. That is to say, Laha Breha's predecessor in the position of Chief Key Ward. Her name was Athena. Ah, and she was a researcher with the words. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know that there was a Chief Keyword before Lollybread. Your motivation to save your research subjects are not entirely driven by duty to the words, then. You also wish to also preserve the majority of your... preserve the work of your mentor. You're the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about it, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield intermit magics. Ah, but of course, I can hardly expect you to be versed in magics. The magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Braiding! Intermit is more refined and powerful magic based on the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the key ward of each tier is permitted to use the intermit. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell in any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of the forms of spellcraft, actually. Lollybread himself established their foundation, if I recall. While the shackles are meant to bind a subject in place for a short time, intermit freezes the very space around them for as long as the caster wields it. So it's break? Indeed, while the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggest as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of interim, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how invocations interact with the natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well-versed in various magics, I'll be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of intermit and its inner workings, perhaps... Leave the fighting to me. You two can figure out the rest. I dare say we can do just that. Eric, you implied that what prevented you from performing intermit was the lack of magical capacity. If I were to supplement your power with my own, would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done before. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, then. Let us work on the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. I suppose there is a matter of finding one. It'd be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a small creature that Ishnai could dispatch on her own if the spell would go awry. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing a hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Aphidophilus. It's now Aphidophilus are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the base without fear of unwanted guests. Then that shall be our first target. Perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the interim magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. Hit it. Got it. As dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keywords magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it'll be home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. Wowzers! It's Rose Warrior the Great! What amazing things have you been up to today, Rose? I take it we are each ready to fill our respective roles. Truth be told, this will be the first time I've practiced magic that requires such a degree of cooperation between parties. How thrilling! Athena ever drove home the fact that her subjects should be treated with the utmost care. It would be best if we could see them confined once again rather than disposed of like beasts gone feral. Clearing out a garage. Oh, don't get bitten by anything. God, a 14-minute wait. So we'll be doing quests around in this area while we wait. Under the surface. Don't start singing in Kanto songs that... Three-ring circus. What are the average levels of the creatures around here? 86. Might be risky with a mage, but I'm gonna use a Dark Knight. How curious, so familiar bearing ornaments. You must be special indeed. As it happens, I may have a use for you. Would you care to assist me by capturing a few Ophinians? In exchange for a reward of sorts, naturally. I should warn you, however, they tend to be rather uncooperative. Aggressively so, in fact. The familiars previously recruited for this task all met with unfortunate ends. Terrible waste, but let us not dwell on such things. Fine. Here, take this ethereally imbued rope and use it to strain a foreman's. Remember, I require live samples. They're extremely valuable, so if you choose between their lives and your own, do the honorable thing and let them kill you. Bitch? I am imbued by MXelk here. How dare you say that I am not as valuable? Checking something. Oops. I think I might have killed it. I'm sorry, I just felt like, you know, being a bitch. Just felt like it. Guess I gotta wait for it to respawn. Yes, I have to wait for it to respawn. Such a shame here. As many talented trades really smuggle a gigantic skillkin on their person without so much as a suspicious bulge, however, is perhaps the strangest of them all. Ha! I have a suspicious bulge that doesn't exist. That's what the game said. Broad specimens I requested. Hand over. Well, if it's going to teleport me back to the area, well. To overcome such ferocious creatures and live to tell the tale, your maker certainly place great importance in durability. As for Ophidians you brought me, they'll be delivered to Academia Adner. Like other creatures in Ellipse, they're currently under observation, that we may determine their suitability for existence beyond these confines. Samples carefully selected, sent further if they're found worthy, submitted to the Bureau of Architectures. Imagine the evaluation process. Strict for ferocious predators such as orphans would be corporeal, and those involved with the wreak havoc in the wider world. Not certain. Here's your reward. Run along, will you? I mean, you were the one that decided to tell me all about it, so, that's you. Welcome to the waterway. Aww. It's a dragon question mark. It is a dragon question mark. I mean, it it's gonna use water, and I'm gonna hate it. Actually have not done much running of. Oh. What was that? Oh. Okay. Okay. Ew. Uh, Giving Head has a new meeting. Ah! Fuck, wrong button. Try to remember I have not run a level. $90 white mage in forever. Now the two come in looking like fucking badasses! The baddest of asses that ever acid. Asians, if you would. Fine, I'll pick these up. That was a trial by fire or water, I suppose, but I had faith we would see it through, so long as we have your stat arm, of course. I knew you were no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the hippocampus? Seasoned fighters scarcely have the occasion to visit Pandæmonium, let alone display their skills. Master takes on forms, indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked into perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Themis' power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magos. Truly? Having seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with Ishnai, I beg to disagree. Shackles is one exception. It is only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. I mean, I am main character here. After witnessing the hippocampus's capabilities, I should not blame you for wishing to avoid engaging any further creations in the place of their choosing. Alas, I doubt we have such luxury. Fires. While our success is sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we've yet seen any other warders concerns me. The keyword of Aphidophilus is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It has occurred to me that I know little of the key wards besides their magical prowess. Is there more you can share? He has the eyes of evil. He has evil eyes! Or am I joking? I don't know. Am I? Of course, the man is Herophorus. Hesper. Hesper! You're Hesper now. In charge of Aphidophilus. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourish here.
Friend.
Hey, Maddox, how are you? And thank you for the bits! In spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I've always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of interment. They also bend the hallways of Pandæmonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over environs is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus and arid sands instead of waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, Hesperos is capable and caring as you say. We would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has, like as not, taken your colleagues to a secure location, or fed them to the wolves. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Aphidophilus. From there, they could flee to Abyssios, if hard-pressed. Even should they sought safe haven within other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Aphidophilus, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down Abyssiosa. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Phoenix? You mean Phoenix? You just got rid of the E and added an I. The Phoenix, I've heard that before. A fiery bird with an eternal life. I've murdered one before. He was in the form of, the old man that was in the ARR content. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts 9 boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is even built on the back of failure. However, Lollybread suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Aye. Far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus it was confined within Pandæmonium. Development of the concept continues elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for Laha Breha and his words. Overlay. I do. Oops. Thank you! I can be an idiot sometimes. Part 1000. No, it's not. It is not. 1 second. Y'all, someone's calling me. Speaking of. Everything happening at once! When I received word that, long last, that Lollybread had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the Warders of Pandæmonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. Research of the words of Lollybread has little consequence on our work here, save for the rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making a note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible it flew off somewhere to the other wings of the Pandæmonium, we would make the assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll just need to bring Aphodophilis' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than anywhere else. So it may well serve to subdue it sooner rather than later. These are imaginably short. Ethereans. They're supposed to be a bit taller than that. I know Elidibus was. Oh! Darkness of the night! How did I know the coloration was gonna make him a bad guy? What? Also, he looked hot, but that's neither here nor there. It seems whoever is behind this can alter space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus should be required if we intend to enter the Phoenix. We shall gain naught from allowing the larger implications of this to distract us from the fight ahead. The Phoenix's rage will be unbridled, but I trust you are prepared for the worst. I am not. Quite well, friend. I will die well, if that's what you're stating. Since I'll be teleported there, I might work on yellow quests in lower level areas. Must be a rogue slash whatever in this area. Out of the blue. Jensum of Vergon Consortium seeks services of a conveniently unoccupied adventurer. Excuse me, miss, but maybe a moment or two to spare? You seem to be the type who enjoys being accosted for menial tasks. Yes, exactly. Prepare someone to make a delivery to the dutiful Sisters of Edelweiss. Wouldn't be surprised if you haven't heard of them. Sisters prefer not to be advised. Their presence here in the RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV. They do, however, provide a rather unique service of which the Consortium has recently been beneficiary. I would have you guide this package through the doorman, Luowan, along with their profuse gratitude. Good thing that I am friends with them. Yeah, it was giving Castlevania vibes, and I've never played Castlevania. Sweet Nix appears to be in some distress. Sweet Nix is beauteous, goby, and craftsy, smart trade maker. Sweet Nix make busy deal with Uplanders. Need to deliver Gate of Millivan, but Sweet Nix is shivery shakes. Uplander walk to Gate of Millivan for Sweet Nix. Uplander delivers letter to Tax Lady Pijan. All the way over there, proper procedure. Fine. Oh yeah, not just saves the world, saves the fucking universe. But this is back... These are quests back before, you know, I became famous, so I'm kind of working backwards here. Very overqualified. I know, right? Like me in the job market. Sipsu once ordered a fishing boat. The calamity really knocked the wind out of the fishing industry's sails, but the fisher folk are starting to return to the seas once more. It's past time I did the same. Before I can put out to sea again, I need the new boat built. Our guild always commissions the Nalquid and Vilmeals for crafts, but they are beastly busy these days. If you want to do something, perhaps you could run over to the Armorers Guild and consort with Ford Master Hansa in my stead. I would know how long we would have to wait. Good thing I'm not here for fishing. Hello there, Ishnai. You looking ahead inside? No, cancel. No, I'm looking to come back to this eventually. No, I'm not stealing the product. It's just gonna take longer to reach you. very much longer to reach you. Look, I don't get paid for fast deliveries. This is a DoorDash. So pretty! The not Phoenix. But yeah, no, I haven't looked up any of these fights. So, regrets will be made. And I'm a healer in this. Regrets have been made. Okay, so it's circling. Fuck, wrong button. Oh. Well! To darken fire. You know, I'm gonna stay back. There was an attack that I got hit by. That I still got hit by. So, find the ads. Left. I'm guessing we want to keep them away from each other. So they don't res each other. Right. Okay. Ah, yeah. Two. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no! Ah! Alright. Do. Nah. Yay! Stay down, bitch! By the way, Vadox, think about this. I'm finishing this before I finish the Omega raids, as this is gonna become a meme. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there's yet the matter of this arena. As you told us, there's but one person in Aphodophilus with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though, fortunately, it appears he saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display as befits an inferior specimen. What is man? Can we have the... So I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of an internment drag the phoenix back into its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Oh, wow, really? Damn. Yeah, I know! Keyword we're just calling him Dracula. Why? Why have you brought this chaos to your beloved Pandæmonium? At least we won't call him Alucard, right? Pandæmonium, pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. He literally has the fangs. He literally fucking has the fangs. Oh, Eric, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two in that dimwit of yours. Then again, you've never been one for insight. Why Master Lollybread suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Dracula I know. Something warped you too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackles and chains. Oh, so we're gonna beat some sense into him. Stake through the heart! Stake through the heart! Was that all a farce? Have you had your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged to its depth. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it's ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be son to Master La Habreja, yet have no more skill than magic than a newborn babe. Damn! But of course, it's always about La Habreja. Look, some of us are born special, some of us are born normal. Silence! You're not worthy to utter his name. Are you all fuck buddies? Do you want to fuck him? Do you want to fuck La Habreja? Is that it? For once, to be grateful to witness the feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shadow reckoning, I have slipped the surly bounds of mortality. No, you haven't, sweetie, because you aren't in my timeline. I become one with our mythic creations and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood! As a Hemitheos, I serve Master La Habrea until the end of time. Please don't chain me. Please don't chain me. Please don't chain me. I mean, you're hot, yes, but, I'm not sure it'll work between us. You're not in my timeline. Literally. You shall require no other. Oh, he is jealous. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you lost sight of what it means to serve? Eric is more than capable than you ever know. And it was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of internment. Both how to wield it and how to break it. Bitch! Don't look at me. I'm just here. Ishnai, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Dracula's mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. We must have time to gather our strength. Blinded by the light. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master internment so quickly. Say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Were Where they fritter away their strength in calming beasts of Aphodophilus, I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, aught shall be await but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Eric. Even dullards have their uses. Like I said, you aren't a part of my fucking timeline. You don't matter. Please leave me be. You were no god. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the key warden of Aphodophilus itself. More than that revelation, however, Eric worries me. He left Dracula for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not provoke to be a death nail for his resolve. The mist would offer what comfort he can to Eric. As much as I'm loath to disturb Eric so soon after what occurred, I'm afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about current events, concerning both the key ward and his father. He seems rescinded to say aught concerning La Habreja when the subject was broached. Doubtless his relationship with his father is a fraught one. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandæmonium was astounding feat of magic prowess. A feat accomplished by none other than Lollybread. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing we have in common. I mean, you can chain me up if it makes it feel better. I mean, so it is true. I'm Lollybread's son, bereft of his talent for magic or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come as entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you hadn't been employed here quite that long, it indicated some long-held connection with Lollybread. 'Twas Lollybread that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of Lollybread, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before La Habrea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You're the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. I see there's little love lost between you two. I cannot see why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. What I cannot see is why. It was in place. My mother is no longer with us. Was she killed by creation? Was she killed by creation? Was she killed by creation? Sorry, I'm just guessing, alright? I don't know. It just feels like that would be where they went. And La Habreja was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment to spare to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us, an expression to convey an end of a life. I have known only the public face of Lollybread. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit he oft comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Do you need a hug? I can give you a hug! And this is a friendly, warm hug. It's not a, sexy. It's one of those, comfort. Of course! There's more pressing matters at hand, after all, namely how to deal with Dracula. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know now, we can surmise that Dracula has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now he is aware of our presence. He will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after creations is another moment Hesperos has contrived another advantage for himself. The wisest choice would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps he means he is vulnerable to internment. Chain him! In theory, that should be possible. However, is it merely enough to find him, after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. If it was all truly so he could serve his master, to my mind, he merely put Lollybread's own work at risk in trade for nebulous power. Lollybread is a chief keyword in Pandæmonium. How would it throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, I'm gonna throw this out there. If he wants attention, sometimes it doesn't matter. It's attention, even if it's bad attention. You know, like a child or like a guy who or girl, especially when they're really young and don't understand how relationships works. If he's thinking about me, or she, or they are thinking about me, even though I'm sitting there bullying them, or pestering them, or teasing them, pay attention. Even if it's a negative light. What do you think? Should we, a shared curiosity must be considered our enemy has at our disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? We should seek to put him in feathers. Would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? If you fail to confine him, I can always strike him down. Daring as ever, I see. I don't know which trials you've faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try Agaric's path. Thank you, Ishnai. I'm always up for murder. Except when I'm not. But, I mean, I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Dracula spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of a koala. I don't know why my mind went to trying to say, just call it Vir koalas. The koalas. A beast which feeds off aether as its prey. Likely it is the creation Dracula merged his essence with, so a bat. We all know too well he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. I am, while we're waiting, and watch it. I'm gonna run down as quickly as I can to grab some leftover pizza from last night. He calls himself a Hemitheos and claimed immortality. I know not how he discovered this dark art, but his actions did not bespeak a sound mind. Really? That Dracula possessed such a lust for power, he would resort to this. I clearly misjudged him. I'd like nothing more than to strike him down myself, but seeing you wipe that arrogant grin off his face will taste just as sweet. Yep. My love of pizza. I think today's the last day. I am not sponsored by them, but last day of the half off, like 50% off pizzas. That's the reason why we were able to get pizza, because we usually don't have money for that kind of stuff right now. So, if you want pizza, just saying that. But I repeat, I am not sponsored. This is less than 5 minutes. Let's run. down the stairs and back up. All this shiny stuff. So scared since it said less than 5 minutes. Yep. Let's head back to Limbs to turn in the stuff for the Rogues Guild before they shank me. You know. What's this? The partial from the Burgar Consortium, eh? Let's have a peek inside. Ooh, walnut bread and ginger cookies. And a few of them Bismarck finger sandwiches, too. Then Consortium calls no right way to show appreciation. Some of them sisters have unholy appetites, so I'd best save a few bites for myself after I take this in. Ahem. You let Jason know that we always here for sure about to have use of us again. Cool. We all know that Jackie will not steal food from certain other cat girl. And piss her off again since we left him hanging upside down. You know, don't shank your mates stuff. You delivered the packages I requested? Very good. I shall pass the sister's sentiments to my superior. What manner of services do the beautiful sisters provide? I'm quite sure an adventurer like your stature already glints the truth behind the facade. For a business such as ours, their presence in the city is incredibly reassuring. Sure. So what's this one? Oh, this is the blue mage quest. We ain't touching this. Yet. Keyword yet. I'm running out of armory space right now. Just want to get all my little ones up to their proper before I go back through and starts getting outfits for my mage. Also, while I'm here, should maybe get the summoner's ability to change the way their little ones look. Here's sweet nicks with those important records. Well, the proper documentation, I'm afraid you'll have to expel them from the city. Why, these are Sweet Nix's records. I'm glad to see they were submitted in time. Honestly, you would think that Goblin would have lost his fear of our offices by now. Every month he has to submit these papers, and every month his tardiness forces me to consider his removal. As long as one follows proper procedure, RPG sex capital Final Fantasy XIV is quite welcoming with foreign traders. Pray, convey these words to Sweet Nix, and perhaps it will aid in soothing the poor goblin's fear. Over here. All right, Sweet Nix. Uplander delivered letter to Gate of Milvan. Uplander's wide heart, swift legs. Tax lady pays kind backwards for Sweet Nix. Sweet Nix has outflow of joy for tax lady. Sweet Nix's happy goblin gives Uplander jiggly shine. Cool. Switch over to my summoner so we can... And EG by any other name. Hi, Thumb. I still remember the name I gave her. So Vincent Ishnai, precisely the woman I wish to see. You recall that... You know, I still need to finish the summoner quest line. Gidmal of the Sons of the Sun Konach. Well, she recently finished compiling her research into summoning and was kind enough to send a copy of it to our guild. I was pleased to note you were listed as a collaborator. I must say, it is quite fascinating read, especially the section covering those essences of primals called EG. You were able to manufacture these beings, yes? Wonderful, in which case I shall like your assistance in the experiment. If you're willing to join me in the practice area. I'll reveal details there. As I num 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 while trying to read things aloud. I found... Here we go. My apologies for the wait. To begin with, might I ask you to call forth an EG? Should we very much like to see one of my very own eyes. Perhaps an infrared would be suitable. I understand it's the first being to be summoned. It is most impressive being indeed. Created according to Mitra's an image of it. Entity most closely associated with fire, infrared. My hypothesis, the same fundamental principle could be employed to alter the form of EG, calling to mind another image. Pray, summon infrared EG again, but this time focus your conscience upon Carbuncle. This shouldn't be difficult, given the bond you share. Yes, but can I turn infrared into a sexy, I don't know, bunny wife? Fiery bunny wife. Brilliant, my theory holds. It takes the form of Carbuncle, there's no mistaking its ethereal composition. I should not imagine the abilities it wields have changed for all intents and purposes. It's still an infrared EG. But we know there's no limit to the EG's appearance. I must return to my post. Let us continue this upstairs. How about a sexy cat girl? Just general asking. The important questions have been asked. like I said, never played Castlevania Symphony of the Night, but damned if it's not still getting from what I've seen of it. Uh, uh. Did he just... Okay. Am I supposed to... I was to say, I'm not supposed to be near that, right? I don't know what I'm doing. What am I supposed to do then? God. Are we supposed to stand in that? That. Oh, I was in the whatchamacallit. Um. Um. shit! Well, y'all. Okay, I'm watching them. I'm not... So does it... Oh no. Cape is not back. Sword is cone. Probably need to repair my shit. Setting the scene. Oh god, he is very, very, Alright. Poison the Aether. Or does it, when there's an X on it, it means not for a healer to go there? Yeah, easy. Breathing. What's fucking what's breathing? Breathing's important. I don't know why I'm needing all these. Or did they greed? Oh, they needed to. Now, Themnis, we end this here. We put him back in his coffin! Fools! I will be not put in chains. I feel like doing this voice now for him. To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you more like more than a mere nuisance. Look, I've been called a lot of names. It really doesn't matter. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception. They shall return to the star with me! Would suck if I had something called the Echo. You're wasting your breath, Dracula. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. We have the high ground, Anakin! Yes, yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. How edgy. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I will die with dignity. He's not gonna sleep with you. I mean, you're dead anyway, so he can't, but, I have a thought. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Dracula? You were better than that. If Themos over there is going to be Elidibus, are you going to be the new La Brea? Because those are ranks. Those aren't their real names. There's the chairs. Your star shone more brightly than others in Pandemonium. You had La Brea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. This is just a theory. Random off-the-cuff theory. He has become so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Dracula's infatuation with his father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that the fate had chosen you, not him, to be La Brea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become, he sought vote and power that La Brea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? I don't know, ask Kingdom Hearts. Ask Zemnis! Ansem. Xehanort. All of them. How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. It happens, but it doesn't mean it's right. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true. How it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. Your mother's? But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round them up the remaining creations forthwith, or of that at least we can be certain. I believe I could be of help in that matter. The influence of Dracula's magic is fading throughout Alphadophilus. Now the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? Bitch, I'm magical. I mean, we all are, but I mean, more so. What? What is this presence? Eric, what lies beyond that threshold? The passage which connects Aphodophilus with Abyssos. Why? Abyssiosos. Be on guard, you two. Now that Aphodophilus is free of obstructions, I can now easily sense the disturbance at the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssiosos. 9 días. Jokes! Quips! Murdering of any language! A warding sigil. How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Just when I thought our work had to be done, did this tragedy unfold all throughout Pandemonium? Num 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 num. You know, I haven't been doing the num 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 thing. How dare I? Pandemonium num num num. Although we have defeated Dracula, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium num 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 num's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Dracula wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. I mean, we have, like, how many more dungeons? 8. So, yeah, no, it's definitely not the end. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere deeper than even Abyssioso. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and their senses were muddled. I believe this was far more than the result of a panicked mind. You're made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that the self-same magic could have poisoned Dracula's heart, twisting his affection for lolly bread into a burning obsession. I mean, there are some people who have problems with lollies. Unnatural problems with lollies. Then in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone has turned Dracula into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. There's the other wardens to worry about. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for his subjects for his experiments. More potential hemitheoi. The eye. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Dracula. Do not lose heart yet, Eric. Dracula challenged us alone, and that tells me the process of his creation was long and a taxing one. If he was the first Hemitheos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, as much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandæmonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus on our efforts of finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Aphidophilus, it won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield interment magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? There's nothing stopping us from returning order to Aphidophilus. Just so. I shall require your expertise in keeping the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Aphidophilus' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to Lollybread? 'Tis too soon to say. Let us find a way into Abyssiosos, and it would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandæmonium, then I'm not above asking Lollybread for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Dracula's actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with utmost caution. To that end, Eric and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing the protection so long as we remain in Aphidophilus. You should take this time to rest. Surely you're weary, and there are maybe more battles ahead of us. Themis's burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown he's more than capable to bear it. So, I would help wherever I'm able. All we have achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense, you owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would likely succumb to the hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we reach the end and see that Pandæmonium has saved. Have more faith, trust, and no pixie dust for you. Because I don't think pixies exist right now in this timeline. Thank you, Themis. Dracula's words seem to have affected me more than I realized. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Ishnai her rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Yeah, past self. Who am I? My friend would be very curious to hear what occurred here. However, I fear if I left Pandæmonium, the wards protecting it would be rather quickly deteriorate. I hope she does not mind assuming some of my duties in the meantime. Ah, so you don't serve the convocation. I suppose I needn't worry about you going behind our backs to curry favor with La Brea. I mean... You make assumptions. With the professor's behest, we've kept our reports on recent events as vague as we can manage. If we wish to do otherwise, not much of notice transpired as of late. Professor Clouden has tasked me with recording the Theros signatures of each and every crystal in his recent orders. As a lowly assistant, I'm honored to be given such an enormous and monumental assignment. Welcome back. Welcome, Ishnai. Back from the past, none worse to wear for... I see. So what did you find? So there's evil afoot in Pandæmonium, num 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 num. An already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly we're fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Ishnai heard in the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind, and why those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived along the ancients, or it could be someone who's trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm we shall unveil that mystery, with the help of Ishnai, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet she returns to us the same present she left. Which means only one thing, that her intervention in Pandæmonium is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. Or it could be like a diversion in timeline, you know? There's no, multiple timelines. Multiverse! There's no telling what consequences will arise if we stop pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot unraveling within Pandæmonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would it carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave to an indelible mark among history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beast that arose during the final days. The first final days have already been drastically different on the eons that followed. If the scars left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our presence entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future ellipse must be preserved. I know you ask much of you already, but can only continue to work in Pandæmonium? Your tireless efforts are very much appreciated. If we must do ease your burden, then you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal to our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained from researching it further. It shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. Oh no, you will have it as soon as I finish talking to you. As a matter of ellipse to be in a similar state, I must ask you rest. Before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into the critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Malign over there is an expert in armaments made throughout history. Be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you not find any of interest in your adventures, come here and she'll be glad to offer her services. We know researchers are numerous fields would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone era. It would give you good to return the aid in your trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, Nimjiji will be here to faithfully taking steps and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. I sense that we've embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I've accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor or reassurance that you're to have your capable assistance on this endeavor. If there's anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we will find it. We shall not rest until we've unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you'll be the first to know when we do. I don't know why I'm being picky. I'm gonna sell them anyways. What are some of the things? That's all. Okay, I like that actually. Too bad I can't color it. Because it's, you know, of course, the lower rank stuff. They always have the cutest earrings. Already being distracted, damn it. Limbo. Are all of them going to be things on the head? That's kind of pretty. That actually would be nice as a pally one. Samurai. I'm easily distracted, yes. What are you talking about? I actually like this for the striking ones to use for... Wait. That's interesting to have, actually. I'm not distracted. Shut up. The fans. Those are all the same. Scouting. You know, I've been thinking about what I would want for my Viper or Ninja. Kind of like that. I can't color it, so, unless I can get a group together to... Which probably will not happen, ever. Anyways. Which one do I... I mean, to thank you personally contribute to research. Your stories and ancient creations will have planted the seeds of great many theories, and I can't wait to wait for them to flourish. There's the investigation. Professor Clauden's orders or reports. So it's been scarce on concrete information. If you want to go further into details. I think we know for certain the crystal we found has the past, and we have no luck of eliciting further memories from his death. We're present gathering as many soul crystals and shards as we can to conduct their comparisons with those experiments have yet to bear fruit. Of course, the fact that none but you can hear the Enigma's voice being put some of a damper of our potential progress, yet so Professor Cloud is doing all within his powers to move things forward. Write down adventures, concrete facts. To that ends, the catalog of beasts you've encountered in Sidophilus circles will be a starting point. Yes, I required every glorious detail. Nimji, I brought volumes to ask for, but you have quite certain we need all this to research the crystals? Some of them habitats of aquatic life forms and myths and folklore of the phoenix, for example, seems to have little bearing on the subject. In fact, many of these tomes are related to the creatures of Pandæmonium Ishnai spoke of. Surely we have better things to do with our time. Ishnai has already encountered and subdued them. What use could they further insight? This is for the higher level stuff. Excuse me. On the contrary, Rusi, we would be remiss as our duty as academics not to take every opportunity to learn of these subjects. To view the creatures of bygone times through the lenses of modern science is a dream so few have the chance to achieve. Of course, I'll not deny personal interest in the matter. As I thought. Well, there were enough relevant tomes to keep me fulfill your request this once. If you wish to sate your appetite for knowledge again, would you do so on your own time? Ahem, shall we proceed? Tell me everything you remember, and please spare not a single detail. I do not easily frighten, you must be assured. We'll start with the Battle of the Transformed Warlord. Eric, was it? I'd also like to hear the keyword and the nature of his metamorphosis. Nerds. I'm literally surrounded by them. Good, good. Thank you for this priceless information. Well, I'm disappointed I couldn't behold your foes with my very own eyes. Your stories have given me more than enough to write a sufficiently lurid, I mean, thorough description. Are you a monster fucker? Just asking. Perhaps we should include the basic theories concerning the growth and behavior of these creatures. That would give it a little catalog, some flavor, wouldn't you agree? We should start with, I have it. Aquatic life forms in our time have been observed to grow to sizes that are order of magnitudes larger than their larval forms. In fact, it may not be so preposterous to posit that the hippocampus you encountered was merely the larval form of a much more massive and I dare say, she's a monster fucker. Or at least a horror fan. Horrific entity. Oh, don't look at me like I'm some kind of mad Magnus. Breakthroughs have always been just participated by even thorough, wilder theories than that. As the professor always says, we mustn't let logic stand in the way of brilliance. I mean... Until it's proven one way or another, every hypothesis is a valid one. There's nothing quite like the ambrosia of inspiration. Well, the thing is, every hypothesis may be a valid one, but it's still very unlikely. Like, the, what's the Megalodon? It's still very, very minuscule possibility of existing. In that logic, but that doesn't mean that it will and can, and fuck you, Animal Planet, for that documentary. Are we making records or creating fairy tales? As long as I make notes in the margins of my records indicating as a theory is unproven, we can let our imagination run wild. Yes, I say ours. You won't be a researcher to have an idea that You needn't be a researcher to have an idea that will leave a mark on generations. Oh god. Alright. Oh, that is a creepy picture. Clauden's eyes are brimming with excitement of discovery. I'm being watched and I hate it. Says the person who's currently streaming. Ishnai, I made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Did it curse you out? Professor Clauden, where are your manners? Well, I understand all too well your enthusiasm. I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah yes, of course. My apologies, Ishnai. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Don't worry. I'm still here all the time, and I still don't know what civilized conversations are. Ahem. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. That's a very good place to start. With a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown, they cry out for deliverance from Pandæmonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought by mystical beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themnis and Eric, were sufficient to restore order to the circles of Aphidophilus. But a greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandæmonium, the presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. This is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you've returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. An analysis of this pattern suggests the feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. Indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This could only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart and search for it forthwith! By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out by only us? Or will Ishnai grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Russie. Namely, she seek out secrets which lie nestled within Pandæmonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? I'm gonna have to save him from being kidnapped, aren't I? Why, yes, that would be most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I've already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I'm gonna have to rescue him, aren't I? I apologize for the somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Clauden tends to become blind to all else. I mean, as an autistic person, understandable. As a streamer, kind of understandable. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for excitement, I do wish he would spare thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seemed loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which is only served to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Or it's luring him into doing something fucking stupid. Then I will have to rescue rescue him from forthwith. Surely after some time, he'll be able to remember how valuable we are. The search of this crystal seems to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Ishnai, maybe best to return to Pandæmonium, num 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 num, as Professor Clauden suggests. I wonder if Clauden is like one of the shades, you know, broken forms off of one of the Asians. Because that's what we are. We're basically... Well, not Asian, but I mean... ancients. Speaking of which, I did have a request to make of my own. Traveling to Pandæmonium requires you to pass through Ellipse, right? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. All those creations confined within Pandæmonium are considered to be failures. I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Ellipse before being consigned to their shackles. If we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Oh, you want me to steal them? Ah, brilliant! Delving into those records may shed light on the creatures Ishnai have yet to encounter. If your theory provides correct, that is. While there is no guarantee, it certainly beats the current strategy of resting blindly with only your strength to carry the day. I mean, that's worked with me so far for how many expansions? For your own sake as well, please unearth what information you can. I think it's worked perfectly. You don't y'all? I should probably repair my gear. Next time I find somebody I can... Nah, wrong button. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, Themis might have had the right idea. Themis. Ah, I did not expect to meet you here of all places. You seek the records of Pandæmonium's creations? Master Themis has just finished perusing this very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived to the same conclusion. Actually, I did not. I had somebody else who arrived to that conclusion for me. Luckily, I've saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other. I was starting to have once again scoured the archives. Perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As we should, I've undone the warding shield blocking the entrance to Ambiciosos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandæmonium's protective wards continue to be assaulted by our unknown foe, there have been no such fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Eric's capacity to keep watch over Aphidophilus while I'm away. He works diligently to master interim, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it should not take long. Simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the nexus to the Pandæmonium. The fuck over there. Cool. Couldn't you have taken me over there with you? Could you, please? Maybe? I didn't mean to stop the teleport. Morning, Key! How are you? float. Well, especially getting used to a new pillow. Neck muscles don't know what to do with it. As I pondered our expedition in the Pandæmonium, I couldn't help but be mystified how strongly the warders we encountered felt for lollybread, whether it be for good or for ill. Dracula and Eric were all two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bold hatred. I did not expect a familiar such as you to understand this. But such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude to my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. Battle! Woo! By contrast, research at the Pandæmonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling of approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they all have been drawn to him. This may be... There are many other aspects of the facility's peculiars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. You. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you're conducting an investigation into Pandæmonium and wish to know its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why Pandæmonium was built directly under Ellipse. The facility is overseen by the words of Lollybread, after all. Why keep it so close to Ellipse, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it would be a simple matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by researchers of Ellipse could easily be ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Ellipse, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot feel that the Academia Anner would be a more fitting locale. What does Ellipse have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandæmonium's construction does not lend itself to a location. When first it was built, the circumstances weren't as they were now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandæmonium were sent there from Ellipse. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures and creations deemed too flawed to even submit to Ellipse paradoxically drew the attention of Pandæmonium's researchers. That is quite the change. In fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subjects of research? Master Lollybread. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandæmonium's resources were being misused, it would be under Lollybread's authority, correct? Ooh. I know not what you're suggesting, but the key wards also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master Lollybread would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. But, I mean, if they're under the sway of Lollybread, then they wouldn't, would they? Because they're too obsessed with him. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been so much sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the key wards stating that all is well within Pandæmonium's halls. Really? Are you concerned what a key ward said? Of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words do their diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will help my investigation. That'll be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I may remind you that the warder's work is delicate. It would be remiss to disturb them for longer than necessary. All is well. A blank lie. To that we can all both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but it's plain that we must return to Pandæmonium with haste. Hope Eric hasn't been, tied up or anything. In a non-sexy way. A very non-sexy way. I cannot guess why this false report has risen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as if the knowledge that their mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Eric at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet I still lack the strength to maintain the spell. Now time works against me. I can no longer be a victim of my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There's something to be admired in such a single-minded effort, even if your methods leaves much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights on so high to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went into freeing it, I might add. I begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with the control of Aphodopoulos wrist from my grasp, this is the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words. I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now. There's no need for such hostility. A calm might stays this course. The wisdom of La Habrea. Your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scowling of a tutor whose student struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Dracula. That only means one thing. That you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, lollybread. Alas, you moved to keep up. Pity you remained behind, nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer escape, you remain here, you're bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Although you may be, you're yet indispensable into Pandemonium's great experiment. Ugh. There's that affliction I remember. Tell me, why did I ever once measure up to your expectations? Did I ever once equal to your expectation? You shall. Take pride in that. And rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? come, all shall be revealed. At this rage, this hatred is all but consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. Seems fortune no longer favors you. Bitch, I have the power of butterflies on my side. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my fate lies with those who have earned it. So those are the heroes who brought Dracula low, even as divine power flows through his veins. Bitch, I am God. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. So, is there something you'd like to share with the class? Is that... What was that familiar after? Eric? Thank you. If you'd shown up a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold a thrall over a familiar creation and keyword alike. Eric seems to have quite a story to tell. Perhaps you should lend an ear. So there can be only one conclusion. Lollybread was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There's logic to that. There are few within the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as a veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes. Do you think he's capable of this? The manipulation? La Habrea is capable far more than you know. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples if it brings his goals closer to reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, Lollybread holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be the one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there is no depth to which he would not stoop. Although we've met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into the Pandæmonium and pull back the curtain of this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I will not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. Lollybread or whoever is behind this has likely spread their tentacles to every corner of the Pandæmonium. Please don't tentacle me. We can assume their keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssyoso, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Eric's side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I show you to take the vanguard? I mean, that tends to be my position in all this. Always. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure you will have Even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magic will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you'll be liberal with your weight. Are you calling me fat? Thing. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. So I have 7 more to go. What is La Habrea planning? What role do I play in his schemes? Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there's no doubt that our enemy is a tight grip on Pandæmonium, and its citizens will be vulnerable. Oh, I forgot to actually sit. Oh, the minion is called Nosferos too, so it is fitting it. It was supposed to be a fucking reference to it. Hi. Wait, I think it's in my Chocobo thing that I have the... Nope, it is not. That's the festy ones. That's what I was looking for. Switching back to Summonor. Summon, summon, summon. We'll do the next set of circles, and most likely what's going to happen is it's going to slow down enough that it'll be hard to find raids, so we'll find something else to do during that time. Or maybe in a stream, I don't know. Ishnai, my thanks for indulging me. This experiment has unearthed a new world of possibilities for arcane entities. I hope you find it useful to discovery. Okay, AG. Finish that. Don't particularly care about changing stuff like that. Ninja. He's help collecting duty on imported goods. Here at the gate, we expect all goods to be imported from into RPG Sex Capital to file C14 and collect duty as the law requires. Such merchants, however, seek to evade this obligation. We must chase them down. I would be grateful if you deliver these 2 ledgers, one to a man named who will find at Octent, and the other to a woman named Lista, who works at the Bismarck. If you're uncertain of the whereabouts of the Bismarcks, ask Shunida when you meet him. He'll point you in the right direction. I know. So we're going to start over there at the F Castle. New boat for the Fisherman's Guild. I'm afraid it isn't the best time. You see, we've already taken a commission for a galleon. This task alone is our hands full. But I'll look and see what I can do. The Fisherman's Guild has long been one of our best clients, and would love to disappoint Sisipu. It may be time to take a while, but I endeavor to get her... May yet take a while, but I shall endeavor to take a boat pretty in fashionable time. Cool. I don't care. Right now. Where are we going for? That is over by the main. You might end up not even be able to get for the next one anyways. It's just according to... Alright, you. These are from Mavengate, you say? Get more outstanding duty payments. When will these merchants ever learn? Very well. If I catch sight of these offenders, I shall drag them to the gate, kicking and screaming if needs be. One more legend bound for Bismarck, you say? Follow the path to the Upper Ducks, and you'll find the place. Or I can just teleport to it. I am lazy when it comes down to it. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Inside or outside, though? Tax evaders among our patrons, you say? Goodness me. I dare say this may well put an end to their appetite, but it is in the best interest of the city-state. If any of the merchants named in this ledger come to dine with us, I shall see that Gates is notified without delay. Alright. Okay, it's a report of bilking. We spare no effort to ensure all our patrons enjoy the finest of food and hospitality. And so is doubly hurtful when someone decides to leave without selling the bill. Nary a Belago first-time patron did just that. Yoshimura is one who lovingly prepared the man's meal. She's quite upset by the whole affair and is taking it upon herself to draw an illustration of the offender. When I trouble to deliver it to the Yellow Jackets on her behalf, Yoshimura would be done adding the final touches by now. Grr, I poured my heart and soul into that grilled dodo. If I ever get my hands on that scoundrel, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Here's my rendition of the criminal. Please deliver it to Goldberg at the Coral Tower, or he'll know what to do. I'm curious on what the description of this rendition. Drawing of a questioned man, pieced together with descriptions given by eyewitnesses to his crimes most heinous. Got it. A Bilker at the Bismarck, and you have an artist's rendition of the man? There's a question mark next to it. What in the seven hells this must be? It looks more like a prow of a ship than a man's face. Looks like nothing more than to bring the officer... We'd like nothing more than to bring the offender to justice. It's just our duty after all. However, we need a little bit more to go on this piece of art. It'd be easiest for all involved if her to come here and answer some questions. Please relay that much to her. It's just, you know, modern art. I think it was the wrong way around. Also, here's fellow guilty Rogue's Guild. I forgot what her name is right offhand. So you spoken, Gilbert? Wahaha! Within the belt of Yellow Jackets will have that swindling scoured locked in the dungeon cell, and I'll take my filleting knife and... Huh? Goldberg wants me to go to college for questing, but what more information does it want that my drawing doesn't already provide? Isn't a picture supposed to paint 1,000 words? No. Hi, Apocalypse! Just running around doing yellow quests until the thing pops. Next week I probably will not be streaming, or if I do stream this, it will be a short stream because the 5th my sister is graduating from college and it's gonna be a day out and all this other stuff, and it's on a Monday, but I know that I'll have to prepare myself for the Sunday before, so I won't be overstimulated. If you're looking for a place to wet your whistle, Scrag, I advise you turn and tail and run. Captain Rosin is no mood to entertain the customers this eve. Even if she is, she ain't particularly good at it. Though maybe dealing with the customer is the sort of shite that might shake them for double rooms. But if you mean to venture inside the missing member, you best remember to pay your proper respects to the captain, unless ye ain't afraid and go missing. Yielding a foot would be a good start. Oh, sweetie. I'm here to have her step on me. What do you want, Drylander? We're closed. If you don't want me siren tossing you out on your ass, show some respect. Oh, well, I mean, you did save the country, but okay. Mistress, step on me. Oh, she knows her place. Good. If only the Krakens and the same sense of propriety. Bastards keeping sizing up every guardian ship before you taking a crack at them. It's a sort of state of affairs when your crew's reduced to preying on the levies of the old that mangy bunch of old man boys. My younger self would be right disappointed to see how far we've fallen. She's teaching us how to emote. Humph. At least you know something me pain, but your sympathy ain't worth no pint of piss. Well, it's good and... well and good we got the Admiral's permission to capture Garley and ships, but what's the use if you're gonna keep getting beat to your prey. We built our reputation reeving right off the coast of Bilbrant and not sailing a dozen miles onto the bloody sea. A few Imperial dogs found in RPG 6 capital territory get snatched by the Krakens hunting in open waters. I rallied me group's true spirit when I said we'd be reviving the old ways, but after all our struggles, they seem resigned to be letting those bastards have all the fun. I'm supposed to rally? Huh? You try to make me lie to me or dilemma. Don't you push your luck, you scrag, or I'll be get you gut you hook with the hook like regular pirates. Wait, that's it. We're pirates, goddammit, so we should think like pirates. Bugger keeping Limsian water safe. We raid supply shipments to the Garlean outpost along the coast of our Aldenard. Ah, so bleeding simple. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Thank you for your intended inspiration, Scrag. To think I almost had you fed to the sharks. Thanks. 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 I gather your meeting with the captain went well. I could hear her cackling all the way out here. Well, whatever you did, thank you for doing it. Last thing we need is her going around another rampage and ruining deck swabs and leaving us with least meat. Ain't easy playing by the Admiral's rules, but if anyone can find a way, Captain Rosanen can. Something profitable task for an interesting event. I'm interested, so trifling task to pass the time, then I have the job for you. Baron is offering a reward to any adventurer who says at least 5 wharf rats. There's no shortage of the pests lurking outside the Tempest Gate, so you should hurry and take advantage of this opportunity. Well... Well, murdering is fine. Yeah. It definitely is. Yes, yes, yes. Murder is fun. We're going to Biscuit. I mean, it's stabbing low-level creatures, but it's still stabbing. They sound like guinea pigs, and that bothers me. Forgot they sound like guinea pigs! It bothers me! Oh, I need 2 more. Oh, it literally was just right outside that way. I know which gates are which. I know what I'm doing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. So you slew a few rats. Good on ye, lass. This bloke comes in the other day and plops his huge sack of size of bleeding gobs on the counter and says that any man who slays rats can have something from it then. When I inquired the YL, he says it's a damn noise they make when scurrying around it, driving him insane. Yes, me though, it's already a bit touched. He was already a bit touched. Something tells me the poor lad'll never find peace. Oh, shame! Are we gonna be put in different parts of this place? I'm in a cage. God, this music! You stink into spirit. Yeah, I know, right? Proto-carbuncle. God! Over the years, you've become un-Brothers Grimmed. Like, Disney-fied Brothers Grimm version of a carbuncle. Is what we have now. Oh, this is such a small area. Crunch. Crunch? What are we learning? Oh. Okay. Oh no. You know, you could be free. Ew. Ew. No. Ew. Is he turning green? Did he just heal himself? Someone needs a spray bottle. Timing! I have a feeling that somebody's going to try and push us into the eel around that's in this area. Venom Squall.
Two, okay.
I'm dead. Yeah, the shower mechanics if you shower after the consequences are. True. Da, 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 da. And I resurrect to death. Yep, that doesn't count because it's the 4th through 1st. He just becomes Al Hatham and reflects attacks. So this is where the research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Eric and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appeared particularly keen on seeing you dispatched as quickly as possible. I mean, that's nothing new. Even alone, you're a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. We have a voyeur in our midst. Ansem! Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego the introductions, unless I have misread you. I'm all too familiar, Paragon. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea of the, vocation of the 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. Oh, what is this? Now, this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to aether, but you remain unaffected. Such then aether, an unfamiliar composition besides. It is no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will get the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Eric's wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. My mother! You would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Eric. We are the same mind considering your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there hearing me out? Bitch is trying to bring back his dead wife. Eric, wait. There's a question I must needs ask first. If you are truly La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its degradation. Say my name! You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Elidibus! I was right! Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. Radigan. What? Who? 'Twas a mask that was sickened me to wear. Yeah, among us. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all else, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield my powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. I mean, that which you reject can still hold sway over you. Such trifle provocations. I will not be gloated into finishing this ere my work is done. Did you love Athena? Eric, listen well. I am Hippotheos. And it is I whom you should call father. What? What? I mean... What in the name of creation? We will do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may prove it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Got more pizza. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. Oh, really? As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the Convocation, and an emissary of their will. I mean, you're wearing white. That's an important distinction that I remembered about the lore. And it's the Convocation that tends to wear white, or some... excuse me. The emissary is the one that wears white, but also those that have, what Heidelin did, which was she retired from her position, but still remained alive rather than die and return to the star. So she was allowed to wear white. He fucked your mom and I know, right? For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I had a feeling. Your perception does not surprise me. When the time comes, I shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea has suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please, help him. Save him. Athena, okay. Alright, Athena, I'll save them. That's what I'm assuming Athena is. I still don't understand. I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company, says a vexing composition of aether you possess. Thank you! My parents hate me too. Joking, joking, joking. As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azam and I detected irregularities in Pandæmonium, we decided it best to course action to hide my station as I conduct my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that theory for later. First, I'd like to speak of you, my friend. Although Azam nor I have ever met you in the flesh, you have come at her with her highest recommendation. That alone should be enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azam to no end. There's not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard that Mistress Vanat, who held the position of Azam previously, journeyed with a familiar such like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. Yeah. If she places her absolute faith in you, then I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you and to travel by your side for a while. You may not know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I want to tell you that. Wait, there's something... So he knows that I have not met Azam in the flesh. Somewhere in the guiding star so similar to herself was out there, amused Azam no end. So she knows about me more than I know about her. Wonder if I could actually ever meet her. Elidibus has chosen to keep loud company. Eric is resolutely avoiding his father's eye. I admit my own grasp of what occurred is somewhat tenuous. Doubtless La Habrea can enunciate the matters better. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea. Truth be told, I had hoped we'd never be again. Damn, okay! Going straight out with it. Damn! No ifs, ands, or buts. But I see now that I was a fool to think that I could ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called itself La Habrea? Why is he spitting image of you, your younger self? I find it hard to believe you're only just now finding out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandæmonium. You think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandæmonium, including the fact that Azam and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself in this situation for a time that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the key wards stating that the research and operations were proceeding as usual. Nothing like Hephaestus. I know, right? While Hephaestus' decision is almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew about his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine you would suffer another masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Duh. Asbestos has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, for he is my other half, in a matter of speaking. Is he a twin? Or did you separate yourself? Evil twin. He knows all I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All emotions we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. Or did you remove all your greed, envy, and desire and put it into a new form? Did you father yourself like Fullmetal Alchemist? If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? Ha! I was right. He's the product of an experiment gone awry. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. Let him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. Let me guess, it got your wife killed. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes and blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endured has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster into our star. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research must be similarly abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habreja. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Eric's response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azam and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. Oh, I did? That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could truly determine the best situation. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you even taken a moment to consider another path? No. You spare nary a thought for what yourself and your duty. You have no idea what the trials we've endured. The fools that Ishnai has stood against. Ishnai, is it? A being of such aether I've never seen. What are you? She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to themselves. Clothed fox noises. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Ishnai. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our visions unclouded by attachment. I want to snark at it and said, what did you say about being an emissary? It's too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know nothing about, Dark Side. I hardly doubt that La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to gain control of Aphidophilus. You must be made to see reason that there's merits continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the emissary. Judge which is approach most sound, and even Elidibus will be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assist the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion is Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time. You've seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. I murdered your future self! Well, a shadow of your future self. Very well. In my capacity as emissary, I state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandæmonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers. And neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyss Yosul, interring any mythic creations we gather along the way. You have yet to witness Ishnai's might and Eric's resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and then only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if I indeed find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections in immediate destruction of Pandæmonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. He's not a child that you remember. And you're more tedious than I remember. Ishnai, come find me when you're finished. You talk to your father in that tone? I couldn't talk to my father in that tone. Eric is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyss Yosul, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his trouble, that their weight may be lightened. Why not you? You're emissary. Why me? I don't say the right words 90% of the time. You have done all you can with your words. All your actions will convince me now. Despite recent developments, our plans remain unchanged. Pray, call me Thamus for the time being. It shall put us all in the correct mindset. In fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. Who is Thamus? Is that your birth name? Oh, he's back there. Like, where is he? Is Thamus your birth name? Or just a name of somebody who's important to you that you decided to take on to hide? Keywords, prison. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, Laha Breha would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When we first realized the creations had slipped their bounds, the other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen to escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see the facility erased from the world. And they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hippidos has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandæmonium was reduced to rubble. I mean, to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. When Lollybread was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hippidos would gain from fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not Lollybread that dealt the fatal blow, we have seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know the last what befell to her. What do you think, Ishnai? Does Lollybread, you know, have any regard for lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty without another's blood on his hands? He was always a man who worked from the shadows. Well, that in itself isn't a reason for suspicion. He's naturally one of the convocation who has forged the path for mankind. Naturally, not all of their activities are conducted within the private eye. But it's plain there's much more to consider. Thank you, Ishnai. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to Lollybread that we are capable of saving Pandæmonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do so would be gain control of Abyss Yosul. Though I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about the depths than any of us, seeing how we require every advantage we can afford. Ishnai, will you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities. I may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Damn, I like being tested. Sarcasm. Researchers in different layers seldom contact another unless work is involved. I know next to nothing about the keyword of the Abyssioso. Any mortal information Lollybread can offer will be a boon. Would suck if I couldn't ride my, you know, mount through here or anything. Despite the recent developments, our plans remain unchanged. Pray call me for them. Okay, same. Hi. Stare. Eric appears to have a deep trust in you. Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azam. Your unusual aether does not mark you as a familiar. It's unlike anything I've seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. Think I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azam never ceases to surprise. The previous Azam was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people than a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourself in this manner, it is true. The true danger of Azam's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes in contact with. Emixalt said much the same. Trust that I shall do not that would violate my duty. Nothing like being called out. Yet you so furiously invoke your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssioso, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief's keyword reach is far indeed. Well then, what shall we do? What do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they've been made into fodder for the experimentation. Or perhaps they've been transferred into deeper circles. Yet, Fistus would never allow you safe passage. He left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of hegemony. Key warden of Abyssioso. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. Where I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. Is it darkness? If I hazard a guess, I'd say it's because she's already been twisted into Himitheos, doubtless against her will. She's become a nobody? Ishnai, Themis, we must rescue her from her cruel fate. If we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find the means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Eric. I look very much forward to seeing how far they carry you. You know, I can't make the "and now they fuck" joke because they're father and son, but, let's not change a strategy that has served us well so far. Bring Hamadon to heal Ishnai, and Eric will turn within. She was a woman of reason and logic. She'll never swayed by wretched schemes. I hope she was not made to suffer overmuch. Only prove our strength, only we can free your other wardens and unveil the hidden truth. Yeah, hidden truth. Abyssioso. A royal invitation. She gonna become another Dracula character? Yeah, I'm gonna go see what the outfits for the next area are. Cat. Flaming, okay. That's also flaming. Everything is fucking flaming. Well, it's purgatory. Holy fuck. Help. I'm flaming. Help! I'm on fire! Damn, this feels so much like World of Warcraft levels of... Actually, that's kind of pretty. Those boots. Those gauntlets may be really pretty to do for... one of my, tanks. Oh wow, the thing is on the opposite side. On both sides. Chains. It's a ring. It's a ring. It's an obnoxious ring. Also flaming. Still flaming. Sorry. Just laughing at the flaming part. I am flaming gay! Yes, yes you are. I know I am. I'm flaming bi. That's better to put it. I like those shoes. Earrings, I guess necklace are the same. Yep. I love that the healing one is also flames. God, I'm on fire. I'm so hot. Bad jokes, bad jokes. But I love that they're armored. There's not as much you do see of healers with being armored in a lot of things, so... Actually, that would be a pretty thing for, my red mage. But it's the healer one. Not enough necklaces to go around. if they are dyeable. Oh, these are the weapons. Those are pretty. Odd looking, but I mean... I could dye them. It's just one color dye. Still would be pretty. Yeah. They also have weapons, which I didn't see. Rooney. Yeah, I prefer my other one. That's the warded thing. If I could dye, how would it dye out? Because they're not always clear on which parts will be actually fully dyed or not. I do like this. I kind of really do wish I could dye it out. Because that would be... If I could, I'd use that for my sage. Because I'd feel like that fit better for the sage. And then I would dye it like... I remember right. Well, my scholars also could be that, and I dye it out to actually green because I had a pretty setup with the green that I really liked. But yeah, they're never actually fully clear on what gets dyed. I mean, that is a hammer. Yeah. That's kind of cool looking. That's pretty. Let's say, let me guess, all of these are going to be fucking flaming. You know? That actually would be awesome if I had that for my... Dark Knight. That's kind of cool. Everything is on fire! I'm on fire, you're on fire, we're both on fire. Can we stop being on fire? Abyssal degen... Yeah, I am a degenerate. Ah! Teasing. Alright, let's look at the next set. Well, the final set. Yeah, that is something. I don't think I'd like it. I like that, though. Put that for my samurai. That'd be hilarious, actually, okay? That is pretty, it's not dyeable, though. I have it just for the other one. Well, I guess I found my monk outfit. Teasing. Can't dye it. I did, however, just find the punchy punches that I might use for my... Not sure how I like. Let's see what the necklace look like. Necklace is okay. Nah. It has a visor. That's kind of cool. It's Viper. You know, if it was the colorable one, it might look nice on my Viper outfit that I have set up. It's blue. Okay, those boots, the scouting boots, I'm taking them. I will figure out how I will get it to work. But I think I've got my ninja outfit. It's gonna be more rogue than ninja, but I haven't reached that point yet. Oh, that is pretty. That's for casting? I don't like that. Nope. I found the perfect... Okay. Okay. This is the sage outfit. This will definitely turn into the sage outfit when I get it. Get the skirt and you can use it with other things. They're kilts. Oh, that's a recreation of a different thing, but I'm fine with that, actually. Is earrings any different? No. Oh, I need to check the weapons for the final stuff. That I know I'll never get. You know, pining. The pining shall have it. I don't like the fact that that's like a chandelier. I just realized what it's like. It's like a cathedral or like the stained glass windows kind of thing. Like old Gothic. With magic. I love that for the samurai thing. Oh, wow. The harp's bow is pretty. Hmm. Meh. That's pretty, though. Foil. What the fuck dildo is that? I mean, magic wand. Teasing. Or am I? Though I love the crystal that's with it. The focus. Medieval paintbrush. Kind of pretty. Cane of Ascension. No. But it's not that bad. Oh. That's pretty. I re-dye it. It's actually dyed. The edges. Oh. Goodness. Won't work well. Stab. Yep. It looks like this will probably be our last run for the night. How long it's taking to get the... At least for that. Let's see. Teleporting everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Let's see. Any other ones? Stay in the streetlight. Okay, switching over to Rogue. Rogue. I mean ninja. Needs help keep the city bright, cheery place. Sounds like you're ready in the Yellow Jacket's good graces. You truly are a model adventurer, a paragon among your fellows. Do you think you could do me a favor? Buttering me up like that. You see, I'm supposed to go and fill up all the street lamps with oil so that they'll stay lit throughout the night. But thanks to this business of missing people, I simply can't get up and leave my post. You could tend to the streetlights myself, I'd be eternally grateful. Leading down to the... It's a good thing I haven't saved the star a few times, you know? Anyways. Just saved everyone's lives, but let me go ahead and refill those street lamps. Ba, ba, ba. Is it down from there? Yeah, okay. Just checking. So I have to go all the way back up. Right, game? I'll have to go back up to probably tell her that I did it. But I can teleport from the... Oh, I'm supposed to talk to somebody from the... Cool. You're doing what? What am I gonna do with that girl? She's the nerve to ask me for work, twaddling tripe about her savings, only to foster it on the first adventure comes along. Like, being young and pretty does not give you the license to shrink responsibility. She'll get her oil all right, and a piece of my mind to boot. Okay. As long as you pay me, I'm good. Don't hurt me. Just try this stuff. Alright, I need to... Actually, if I'm going to do what I think I'm going to do to get... Gonna do my own run of that alone. So I can finish off that week. Come on. Alright, Dozo Zan. Step dance. There's a hectic flesh paint on Dozan's face as he looked broader. Oh my dear castle gone. It had to be the one ordered by the someone who doesn't broke tardiness. Would you bring the matter? I would bring the matter to the Maelstrom, or perhaps seek help from the Yellow Jackets, but my client would likely frown upon involving anyone official. An adventurer like yourself would be capable of doing a little unofficial investigating. Would you find me the stolen ale? It's right outside of Fisherman's Bottom. Surely someone saw something. What's that? You would have the client's name? Oh, none of that. Discretion creates opportunities. Now go to Fisherman's Bottom and make your inquiries before this coal of mine grows worth. The bloody executioners. Okay. I had to sneeze there too. After a cask? Well, I can't really say it's your cask, but there's a big fellow coming by recently carrying one. He asked if I had the smoked mackerels to go down nice with the ale. It's the only thing I know. Neither. The Laos wore black, and you know what that means to bloody executioners. Looking for Dozan's cask of ale? Hey, I'll help you. Dozan isn't a bad sort for a swiveling trader. There's a toe topper asking after a cask. Wanted to know if it was ale, the proxy fool. Small bone seller. I did see someone walk off with a cask of ale. Why, sure. It was during the afternoon offloading. The fellow didn't look like a thief, though. Hoisted the cask and walked right over to the Asila. Hmm. Round and around and around we go. What you looking at? That party is a duel, dance duel. What's the part? Which more part that I think you got much more? You may be able to scamper up the rigging to the crow's nest, but you got down, not for a sight. Teach, you great clodhopper. Begging your pardon, Captain, but they know me could have heavier on her feet than a grand galloping Groganda such as yourself. Mwahaha, well said, Captain, and well retorted, you bloody sunseeker. Or was you a moonkeeper? What the other lads got there? Bah, who even cares, am I right? Where are you anyways? There's a whole parcel for you, but now there's only one. It's a miser's trick it is. No, nothing worse than a miser. This whoreson's what Magral, or Admirable, what's his name? You don't like no drinking, no dancing, no for corals. That can't be right. Corals! Ha! You're right there, lassie. Never doubted myself. Anyways, this Madrigal, I'm calling Madrigal Pinchfist. Past degrees like they were farts. He decreed no dancing with hands reaching for spirits. But no Madrigal smarter than a sailing man. We stopped reaching with our hands altogether. Ha! We invented step dancing. That showed the Madrigal Pinchfist his corals. Ha! That's right, lassie. Gets me all fired up too. Makes you think, oh, I know. You want to dance. All this time I thought you were just curlish, but... I don't want to dance. No, I insist. Dance first, talk later. That's the way of it. In the rain. Literally rain dancing. We're rain dancing, y'all! Why, you cagey sea fox, dancing like sailing folk you do. Swear there was 3 of you, or was I just... Never mind, you practically a sister now. You ask me anything. The caster Dole's ale? Carried off from Fisherman's Bottom my very self, I did. Hads too, matter of fact. We'd all drunk all we had aboard. Of course, Dole's getting paid for it someday. Don't make no difference if he's frets a night or two, eh? Captain Mad. What's you reprobate horse, son? That's the tale that Koski yoked in? Blackguard! Ye dare call yourself a bloody executioner all hugger-muggered about who belongs to who? Those and the cards not to meow about the colors we wear, and you play him for a fool? I'm sorry, Cal. What's the thing about it, though? Got to fix it, I do. It's just something called coral failing. Moral failing, you mean? Moral failing, you mean? Adventurer, I beg pardon for my man. I swear Lemon mistook him for an oyster and gave him grit for brains when she made him. Since you're already here, how about you swear with our account with Dozan and take this payment to him? We'd be much obliged. You dance with us and all, so I'm trusting the guild won't inspire any moral failings in you, as long as that's some long keel in Alaska, if you catch my meaning. Someone's about to get beat. Someone's about to get beat! Someone's about to be beaten up. Yay. Okay. Get out. Get out. Get. Oh, wrong. Get out. No, I think I have one for a dance thing in Gridania. Oh, I also need to turn in this one for Urianger. I went and did extreme. Yep, saw that one coming. Let's go back to Talker's Alley. There you are, not a moment too soon. Did you find my ale? Only does bloody execution for the delivery of the ale. Oh, what's the... That's the price I was to receive. Where'd you get it? Oh, from the bloody... I mean, the clients themselves? I see, yes. There was some blustery old young fellow like that. Hadn't heard of swallows or stars yet, I'd wager. Cod, you say? Captain Mills kindly say so. But I hail from you, Odal. We'll trade with anyone if they got gil to pay. Pirates, princes, they all the same to me. And if they know these particular pirates, and I do, they'll be wanting another cask as soon to drink away this little fiesta. Fiesta? 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 Many thanks, adventurer. More than 30-minute wait, y'all. So yeah, this will be the last one for tonight, when we ever get to it. If we don't get to it soon, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Or we won't. Alright, this is with the little youngins who kept running off. Well, if I don't know what sorcery you worked, but the younglings are back, and I believe we've reached an accommodation. It would seem I was stricter than I imagined, and loosened up a bit has made a great difference. This dance is for the festival... Feast of Harvest, to give thanks to Nofika and the elementals. There must be no aggression in this dance, lest the matron be angry. It is very, very important. Well, good thing I haven't murdered any of the gods. I do realize that I haven't made the best first impression having you fetch my students for me. To make it up for you, let me show you... Will you let me show you the dance? Think of it as kind of peace offering. Oh yeah, that is a dance. That is a dance. That is a dance. Save me. Save me. Save me, Beaton! I see you back there! Save me from this! Why, you were born a dancer, dear lady. No, I was not. So say we, says sonorous voice. Hi, Beaton. Comes the sailor from the sea to show the laddies how it's done. So say we, Swings his axes, says remember, shiver me timbers, oh say we, oh say we. Oh gods, no! Master Beaton, what have you done? You brought a weapon into the sacred dance? Matron, forgive us, we are surely doomed. Master Beaton, you scared her off! We were having fun! Timber Master Beaton, wasn't that a sailor song? How do you know it? Never mind how I know it. More to the point, what could have troubled Mistress Edith so? You did! She said you're supposed to be peaceful or the elementals will be upset. You know how uptight she gets. Of course, the relationships never does run smooth, child. You'll all discover this in time. Harvest dance. I'll give it 4 more minutes. Alright. Pray, return to the waking sands. Oh, I noticed something. I hope I'm not being stupid about this, but Ariange's model changes in post Stormbringer, not Stormbringers, Shadowbringers content, like the facial hair does. Between Stormbringers and the Stormbringers, the why do you have to continue to stay in this form? Why can't you change back to the other one? Greetings, Ishnai. Though I would not discourage the company, few cross the threshold of waking sands on a mere whim. Just require my age some. Lord of Levin is returned to the forest, and the self-challenged sanguine for the swiftness of their summoning. And thy count doth paint more vividly the image of Roman's amplified energies. I fear the touched ones too dabbled in sacrificial ritual. Thy stern expression speaks thy understanding. Even the denizens of the 12 Woods possess no immunity against Ascian manipulations. Once more we are reminded that only lifting the veil of darkness shall this primordial mortal night cease to haunt us. We shall prevail, warrior of light. By the radiance of thee and thy companions we shall prevail. Fellow return much more to be another expedition. Come to Soothen. Oh yeah, that's the Affairs realm. Grand themes. Whoops. It's also way it remains forever in mine heart, and lenses too, and I suspect the shared interest. Okay. Hi! Hey, Ragzin! How are you? Yep. I am streaming. I'm currently hoping to at least get one more run of the, Pandæmonium. Though we're on the more than 30-minute mark. Oh, I happened to accidentally do this, the advanced form of this before. So why don't we run up to... I think it would be in, not Foundation. Getting Stone Vigil back on the hard mode or whatever. So, we're just turning in quests right now. We're doing side things while we wait. So how are you doing? Do 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 do. Excellent then. Excellent. So I don't have to worry about. Whee! Oh, come on. Fuck. That. You run up there normally, woman. Ishnai, I'm glad that you've seen you safely return. By the grace of the Fury and the aid that you've given us, taken back what is ours. Yet surely you saw the Dravicans left in their wake, a ruin, a bloody, crusted eye in need of much physicking before it can resume watch over the dragons. We long hard work to rebuild so individual, long and hard. One battle ends, another one begins. Ours is the holy one. And there's no rest for the pious except for the arms of the Fury herself. Never shall the depleted of the ranks of the Ishgard's glory is dead. Never shall the prayers of the righteous be in vain. The dragons will perish, this I swear, by the swords whole and broken. Well, I'd hate to tell you this. Or actually, I very much prefer to tell you this. First of all, the war's over. Second of all, I killed the Fury. I mean, sent her back to the star. Blasphemy, I know. But I killed all the gods. So, shrug? Might go back to Thanavar to do the updated quests for the tribe here. I mean, don't I have extra ones? Because... Or did I already do that? Or I don't have enough... Did I... I have enough society things. I guess not. Well, I am here. Things she had learned from Aether Reduction, though she lacks the knowledge of daily expedition. Might as well go there. I mean, why not? I'm guessing no longer collectible. I have to be a... What's my highest? 62. Nope. Is it a minor or one of those? Yes, okay. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong direction. Ah! Back to trade 10 flax about Shifty making a transmutation or whatever. No? Letter. A letter Gira that. If you want to know about ethereal reduction, all you need to do is ask. As the name suggests, it's a method of reducing items to a more primordial state, as it were. Crystals, for the most part. Now, before you go thinking you get rid of yourself all your worthless shite of this fashion, think again. Only items with a certain... How should I put it? Alright, collectability. Only rare items valued as collectibles seem to be suitable for this purpose, so it's hardly an easy decision to make. In any case, why not give it a go? You'll never know what you'll try. Yeah. I don't care. I was just getting this done. Use general action to break down unwanted collectibles to their base components, such as crystals. In addition to crystals, reduce real materials at random. Warning the process of reversal collectibles will be permanently lost! Oh no! Oh no, I don't care! Oh no! If we're gonna hit an hour waiting, ooh. Let's go around and find more things that shit to do! Hey, maybe I should actually work on the summoner quest! I hate. Where am I at? I am on the Abyssal 6th circle of Pandæmonium. Num 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 num. Server-wise, I am Excalibur. An existential crisis. Primal, I think. I think primal. One last challenge remains. Pray win through this trial, at least the higher knowledge I hoard remain lost. Oh wait, if it's a trial, I'll end up having to go to its— Yay! Okay. So this will be the final thing we do tonight. Alright, Rag, glad I got to see you for a bit, at least. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Still okay. Chia becomes snake. Hegemony. I hate that it's pulsing. Good music, though. Cross? Brought them from— Yamate? I didn't realize I would need to turn away. Okay, cool. How many times does she keep doing it? Okay. Sorry, concentrating. Hi! That was something. Well, she be gone now. Stabbed right in the tentacle. Yeah, I know, right? I could sense from here that Hemigon has been contained. The effects of Hephaestus' tinkering is more dire than I could have imagined. To be expected, Eric appears to be quite pleased with our victory. We've won! The key ward is sealed away and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Maybe that was his plan in the first place. Have you ever thought about that? Are we playing right into his hands? It seems to be just eager to dispel La Habrea's doubts. Our plan was successful, although I utterly need to tell you that Hemamon has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in methods. You have the right of it. I'm not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly they disagree. Moreover, this being, Aether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magic, yet powerful enough to subdue a Himbetheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue? As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. 'Twould be best to proceed without him, for failure would consequences beyond Pandæmonium. And whom do you speak? You? A warder cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Ishnai and Theme has taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies close to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? To rub this in your face when this is all over, Dad? To see if Festus is changed, that's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandæmonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandæmonium again. You're capable, that much is plain, yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison the mind of mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even if he were to breathe life into a body, the soul contained would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He would pursue the impossible. Think, Eric. I've already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service and ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who will follow. Festus. Father! Oh, Mother, I love you so. This voice will guide me to you. I guess we need to hit him harder next time. Listen not, Eric, Theos. Apologies, you taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I never could even grasp the rudder. Well, I guess we have to beat more sense into him again. Beat the child! Beat the child! Beat the child! This was Hephaestus' work, there could be no doubt. It seems he's learned from his previous failure. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whoever took hold of Eric made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time till it spilled forth, and was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Eric himself failed to notice it till it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus's power, then the other key wardens have little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Dracula. Doubtless Hephaestus's magic fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? As I thought, someone was trying to warn Eric, but whom? Could have been one of the keywords. Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Eric past the point of no return. I bear the burden of for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy. And Hephaestus knew it. Hephaestus knew it. Now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is yet time to save him. We could easily regain control of Ambiciosos, giving us a firm foothold which to brave Pandæmonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Dracula, Eric is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, tell us what you know of, and we shall find beyond Abyssios. So, we can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandæmonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged only by a keyword. Abyssios has laid traps on every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Ishnai shall shine. Her desolate aether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. When time is of the essence, Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match the keyword in battle. Do not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed, however, clarity will be indispensable in our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern what end Hephaestus would use, Eric. If you know, I would ask you that you would enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Eric's feelings for his mother? Rebuke the traps? No! Well, I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is an anathema. You act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friends and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? Anathema. Anatha. I do acknowledge it. I only wish to spare those who felt it. I only wish to spare those that feel its still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child? How dare you? I do a lot of things, bitch! Bring it! I killed you again! I kill you again and again and again and again! No, you are right. The blame for Eric's fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. Of course. Don't want to reveal too much of the story now. The remaining keyword is this. She served in Pandæmonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. Is hidden or in a place unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your aether means it will be trivial to send you directly to this. We shall approach it as closely as caution as will allow. We know where the battle will commence, but I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with the ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As the internment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Internment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense this essence, but it's scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemon. She has been transformed in such that barely a scant of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what mercy the underworld will be to her. Put her down like Old Yeller? Got it. But that will be for next week. I shall establish control of Ambitiosos while keeping an eye on your battle. When the dust is settled, Hephaestus will be nowhere left to flee. As soon as Hephaestus has come close to perfecting his image of Hemitheos, which means his research is in the final stage. Alright, y'all. We have become immune to droughts. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Alright, let's see who we're gonna raid. Oh no, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay, I got somebody. Alright, y'all. This was Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. We will be probably streaming on Tuesday, so that we could, you know, everybody's getting together to do Monster Hunter. So hopefully the servers will not, you know, lag us out like they were before. Alright.